Hello, everybody. Let me let people know that I am live, and we will get this rolling. Okay. Fake nano time. Yes, fake NaNoWriMo. Yes. Starting halfway in the middle of the month, the wrong month, completely wrong season, doing it by myself. Hey, Noel man, welcome in, welcome in, welcome, welcome. Okay. Messing around with ideas for Gridmon today. Finally de-stressed enough to get work done on it. Nice. It's going all right, Noel Main. I had a day. It's been a week. I didn't even realize what day it was. The days have kind of bled together. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab my water bottle and use the bathroom, and I will be right back, and we will get started. And I'm back. You had a day of all time, Noel Main? Tell me all about it. I would love to hear about it. Okay. Can I get the bottle to pop up? There we go. Okay, no, that's not the button I wanted. There we go, cool. So yeah, my week has been interesting. So like, I think I might have mentioned before that I saw a mouse running around my apartment, right? And I didn't know what to do about it. I was like, I should probably call the office, the rental office, and tell them about it. But like, I kept having anxiety about making the phone call and all the stuff involved with that. So like, last night, I finally just like dug up the courage and I left a voicemail. And then I'm like, oh wait, I left the voicemail like midnight. And then I'm like, wait a minute. I need to be awake when they call me back. Oh no! I have committed one of the classic blunders. And they called me back today, and there was some other stuff I needed to talk to them about anyway. And they said that they were going to put me on the exterminator list, and I was like, okay, cool. You know, I should have asked them if there was any extra cost to my rent for being on the exterminator list, or if that was included in my rent. I don't know. They didn't say anything, so unless they say anything, I'm just going to pay them the regular amount next month. But they said they were going to put me on the exterminator list. And I was like, okay. And they're like, the exterminator might come out today, or if not, he'll be out Friday, because apparently Friday is the mouse exterminator day. And I'm like, oh, okay. So then I'm like, all right. So now I have to be awake for this exterminator to show up. And the exterminator showed up, and I had to help him with cleaning up around the back of my stove, my oven, and he was setting up stuff. And like, so I'm a vegan, right? I'm a vegan, and I'm a big supporter of, like, I personally ascribe to that ideology, but I also understand that, like, not every animal, how do I put this? Not every animal is a pet, and wild animals have to be treated like wild animals. Which might be hypocritical to say, but it's like, you know, I'm not one of those people that's like, nature is beautiful, just hug a wolf or something. Like, no, that's not how that works. And after the exterminator had like used some sealant to seal up some holes that he found back there. He put down some like poison, I guess they were like little poison packets behind my stove. And then he asked me if I wanted any mouse traps. And I was like really conflicted, because I was like half asleep and dealing with like, now if he had said I'm putting down mouse traps, it would have been like, okay, that's part of the procedure. But the fact that like he stopped to ask me, like, now was like all of a sudden the entire responsibility for how this animal gets dealt with is now being like put onto me, right? And I was like, oh, and I froze, and I was just like, sure, because like there's not really, because of where I live and the situation and all that, like there's not a super like save the animal kind of way. Like Silva was suggesting that like I get a a non-lethal mouse trap and keep the mouse as a pet. And I'm like, I can't afford a pet. I can't afford a pet. I'm not functional enough to have anything rely on me to survive. I probably couldn't even keep a plant alive. And so that was a whole thing. But he put down 2 mouse traps, coated them with peanut butter. And I don't know what I'm gonna do if I hear the mouse trap go off. Like, if I'm in the kitchen cooking or whatever, and I hear the mouse trap go off and realize that there's a now dead mouse, or worse, if the mouse starts squealing, I think I might, like, have a breakdown. But, like, it's just, it's part of the reality of the broken situation that I find myself in, you know. But yeah, so that was the thing that happened today. I gotta remember, I gotta go check my, actually I don't think I got an email today. So yeah, dealing with all that stuff was stressful today. And then I told them about how my kitchen sink, whenever I use the kitchen sink, it like has droplets of water that like comes out of one of the handles. And they're like, well, since that's not an emergency, we'll put it on a ticket, and someone it's a thing where like someone has to come out and fix it, but it's gonna take time, and I didn't know if someone was gonna come today. Nobody came today, so I don't know if it's gonna come. I don't know if they work weekends or whatever. Good news, I got a professional project for a game. It's similar to a college internship, payment included. I'm so happy for you, Noel Main. Oh my goodness. So you're gonna be working on game development? Like, what type of game is it? Is it a TTRPG? Is it a board game? Is it a card game? Is it a video game? Okay, what can you tell us? I don't want you to break NDA. I don't think any of us here would rat you out, but I don't want to endanger something really good for you. So what can you tell us, Noel Main? I'm really excited. I'm very happy for you. I'm very proud of you. And it is great to see people succeeding. Yeah. It's a video game, but here's the bad news. Oh no, what's the bad news, Noel Main? Is it one of those things where it's top secret and you can't tell anyone about it? So it's like you're a superhero? Or it's like you're a secret agent. Oh yeah, that would be the bad news if it was an NFT game. Not that I would judge you, like money's money and you do what you gotta do. Um, but oh my gosh, I saw this thing on Twitter today where someone was sharing this post where there was some new law. I don't know if it was in America. Let me pull that back up. Let me pull that back up. Where is that? Notifications. Since the project is still under conceptual development, it's kind of my specialty. Thing is, most people are programmers. Like, the company is very small. Met with them nice guys. Okay. Oh, so it's programmers and you have to do a lot of the game design stuff and they have to like make your vision like a thing? So there's a bill that I guess is being seen. I think it's in, yeah, it's being seen before the processed in the US. That's like gonna require all AI companies to disclose any works they use to create their data sets for their AI, and to give like essentially copyright credit. And essentially it makes them ask for permission, or it makes them like at least give credit. I think, I don't know all the ins and outs of it. But like, I saw someone talking about how like if this is making the AI community mad, then turn this song up. It's my jam. And I read the thing, and the post that they quote retweeted or reposted or whatever was this one by this like AI shilling person who was talking about like how it was so bad, how it's gonna be how it's gonna like kneecap small AI companies, and they kept talking about this stuff about like the what they say, like the privilege or something of the copyright holders or something. They just kept talking about it as if the copyright holders were some like elite club that they were being locked out of. And I'm like, what? And it was, but yeah, that was something that I saw today on Twitter. Oh no, Noel, Maine. It's not that they don't know what they're doing, but I saw the development of story and design, and I'm worried I got myself into a train mid-wreck. Are they calling you to like write the train to get the train back on track? Is that what they're doing here? They called you and it said, "Hey, we've put ourselves into a corner, and we don't know how to we don't know what to do from here." Oh my gosh, that's like, if I like, that would be so frustrating if like I got my dream job. Hey, you got your first review. Was it a good review, Jesus? 1 star, but they said you were cool. What? So they said the room was bad, but you were cool? That's rough. Wow. What in the world? Oh, goodness. Like... Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, okay. Alrighty, let's get... So, as for what we're doing tonight, um, uh, so, I don't know how else to put this, but like, while my, Twitch stats haven't been super great, right? My YouTube stats have shown that, like, all of a sudden, my writing streams and my TTRPG streams have jumped from being some of my least popular content to being some of my most popular content. And like, that's really cool. Like, my last stream where I did brainstorming and outlining got 39 views, which is really, but that's a pretty decent sized number for me. I don't mean to talk about like number stuff and be like numbers, big number go up, big number go up, big number go up, or anything like that. I mean, I use it more as a bit of a guidepost to see what people are watching, what YouTube seems to want to like recommend other people to, and all of that. And I noticed that whenever I do my writing streams, we have a lot of people come through. People give suggestions and contact. Numbers help with not starving. I signed up for it willingly. The course admins didn't have many details about the project outside of their internship request, but it's a good way to enter the market. That's true, no. I mean, as long as it's something you can do and you're not signing yourself up to like doom yourself to lots of stress and something that's going to look poorly on your resume. Because if you end up with something or doesn't pay you well, like if you end up with something that like you want it to look good on your resume, you want it to be a good work environment, and you want it to pay well, at least, you know, ideally. But if it's going to be a lot of like stressful work and you don't know if it's going to look good on your resume, I hope it at least pays well for you. But so the thing is, Jesus, I am not partnered on YouTube. I'm not even like the partial partner that they introduced. I'm not near the subscriber count for that, or the view count, the view hours count. But it gives me an idea of what people are watching. And I also want to say, if you're watching the stream, this is one thing I need to get better at saying in the middle of the streams too. Please be sure to like the stream. If you like the stream while the stream is going and it starts getting likes, YouTube is more likely to show the stream to other people while it's going and be like, hey, here's the next thing you should be watching on your feed. And it does that if I get likes while I'm streaming. So that's why I need to get better, because I had it for a while. I was getting like 6 or 7 likes. Yeah, smash that like button. Giant Robo, smash that like button. Oh my gosh, gotta come up with some kind of branded phrase for that. So it was a thing where looking at these numbers, looking at how much people have been interacting with my writing content, while it wasn't a directive of you must do more of this, it gave me, I guess, a bit more confidence. It gave me a bit more confidence to do these, because I enjoy the writing streams. And I've been thinking a lot about this project since I outlined it. I've run through a lot of scenarios and ideas and concepts in my head. And I'll get into this once we get into the stuff for tonight in a few minutes. I didn't fully outline, but I started taking notes on how I would do an entire second book that would be the story told from the perspective of a character working for the villain organization. A view of a character that worked for ShinCorp that was like viewing this from the other side and slowly realizing that they're the villains in the story as stuff just escalates and goes completely out of control. And I thought like that would be an interesting story to tell as well, you know, of a grunt that sees, wait a minute, this isn't exactly going to plan. And kind of also exploring this concept of what it looks like when someone, because of their job, because of their living situation, because of all that stuff, is put in a situation that they have to do somewhat horrible things. Where they have to do these things that are unsavory and horrible and inhumane, and they justify it to themselves with, it's for this purpose or that purpose or this purpose. And or it's, I didn't have a choice, I was following orders, right? And then they keep doing that so much that they just get detached. Hey, Nabiru, we're actually just getting ready to start. You know, I normally like to chit-chat a little bit, but it's good to see you. It's good to see you. We're going to be starting with chapter 1, but first I want to show you. It's really funny. I have not started writing this novel yet, but I was just talking about this. Sat down and wrote down and banged out a bunch of notes for how I would do a second book that's just a retelling of the story of the first book, but from the perspective of one of the operators that's controlling the monsters, from the perspective of someone who's on the villain side as he slowly like gets through the fog of desensitization that he's experienced. and starts to regain some of his humanity and realize, wait a second, this isn't right, this isn't good, and it starts to grapple with all of that until he eventually sacrifices himself to help in the final act. So that's something I didn't fully outline it. I just put down notes for it. So we'll see how it pans out. Give me 1 second. I mean, the pay isn't that good, but it's not like I need much. Live between family, apartment with roomie. I'm worried about the work to mental stress ratio plus college and, you know, the rabbit hole. Yeah, once you get started on a project, it always expands. I have so many unfinished projects right now, it's absolutely ridiculous. I have 3? Was it 2 or... I have 2 finished first drafts, one of which I'm halfway through editing, right? And I don't want to do the editing on stream. I want the editing to be, and I might end up breaking that rule. I want the editing to be something that's done behind closed doors in order to retain some of the surprise and some of the stuff that's involved with that. Because a lot of the editing is just really mundane stuff of looking for commas. And I use different tools for that, right? To like Grammarly and stuff like that in order to look for commas as a tool. And it's really funny that, like, as much as I write and I think I know how a comma works, I always misplace them. I either put them at the wrong place or I don't place them where I need them. And like, that is so much of the editing process for me is like going through and figuring out where I need to put commas and like fixing things and all that jazz. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, so a lot of the stuff for the second story came from a conversation I had with Okusen that I kind of referenced in the final chapter, right? And there was this idea that the people working for ShinCorp were... So they had done so many things, they'd become so detached from reality for the sake of their ideal. They'd sacrificed so much of their humanity, done so many horrific things because they felt it was necessary, required, their bosses told them to, whatever, that they just become numb to their emotions. And this idea that even though they get the Guardian Angel armor Mark II, right? Even though they get the armor and they get the Brave Drive, they can't use it. They can't use it properly. They like the whole thing when they build the tulpas, when they like make the creatures that have the fear-linked Brave Drives. To beat or lose yourself, detached from reality, lost my humanity. Was that the second half of a statement, Jesus? Oh, to the beat of Lose Yourself. Detached from my reality, lost my human. Okay, all right. It took me a second to read it. I was like, okay, yes. And this idea that they have to make the fear-linked brave drives for their monsters, because their monsters don't have emotions. Their monsters are just remote-controlled flesh bodies. And when they try to use the guardian angel armors and the brave drives themselves for their own security purposes, they find that they can barely get up the emotion. They can barely, like, all of them have become so numb that they can barely get the emotion to power their drives enough to do like standard regular activities. Even when they end up in life-threatening situations, they aren't even feeling enough fear to get the power to fight back. And that's another thing. I need to do some research on different emotional models and get a better grasp of what I'm using for emotions. Like, I made references to bravery or courage, but like, depending on who you ask, courage isn't really a courage or bravery aren't really an emotion as much as they're a reaction to an emotion. The emotion of like having hope or excitement in the midst of difficult times. And I was doing a little bit of research, and like there's different emotional models. I think that's what they're called. Different models of like what is or is an emotion, how are the emotions interlinked, and this balance between positive and negative emotions, and all that stuff. And it's a whole thing that I'm going to have to delve into if I'm going to write a story about emotions. That's something I'm going to have to delve into. Now, we are doing a few things differently this novel. Reminds you of this video I was watching the other day on delving into some of my favorite horror stories and how haunting repeated tasks can be on the psyche. Yes. That kind of stuff. Where they've become so ground down by doing these repeated tasks for the sake of capitalism that like any ideals that they once held just become ridiculous. I've seen some people suggested like having some kind of like dark secret that like the monsters are made of humans or something, so then it would make all of Super Task not super familiar. Jesus, can you describe it for me, or do you want me to look it up? But yeah, some people had, I don't remember who, but people had suggested the possibility of doing a thing where the monsters are really like mutated people or something. I guess that would make them kind of like the Nomu in My Hero Academia or whatever, because I think those are mutated people. And in order to say that the entirety of ShinCorp's thing was entirely hypocritical. They were talking about building a bloodless war, but their monsters were really made from people. And I don't know how I feel about it. It's not something I'm going to delve into in the first. I think I'm going to delve into in the first novel, and it's something that would be more explored in the second novel, if I get there. But right now, I'm writing with the intention that like, has anyone seen Invincible? I don't know if anyone's seen Invincible before. In the first season, I've seen bits and pieces of Invincible, and I've seen a lot of video essays. Okay, I'll look it up, Jesus. I've seen a lot of video essays and breakdowns and reviews that go over. Hey, that can count, I think. So the Mahler twins, the scenes in the first, I haven't watched all of the episodes. I watch videos about series more than I actually watch the series themselves. It's just how I interact with media. And the whole thing where the Mahler twins, where the Mahler makes his twin, right? He gets a blood sample, puts it in a cloning device, pours in all those like frozen hamburger patties for protein, and then the device builds the new Mahler twin out of pure protein. Out of all the proteins and fats and all the stuff from that he feeds into the device, right? Hey Silva, welcome. I was wondering what was going on when I didn't see you. So I was talking about one of the concepts in the novel that I'm going to be working on today. And that is where the monsters come from. Some people had suggested Sun the Greenest People. You stopped at Invincible Ep 2? That makes sense, Noel, man. No, not another one. This is the one that I outlined last time, Silva. This is the one that I outlined last time that I'm going to be starting tonight. Tonight I'm going to be starting chapter 1. So, Noel, man, there are these villains called the Mahler twins that are big and beefy and super strong. And when you first meet them, they seem you think that they're just like these kind of generic beefy super villains with like super strength and super durability. But as the story goes on, you find out they're actually super geniuses. And are specialists in genetic research. And whenever one of the twins dies, the other twin creates a clone that is a replacement and then copies this mind and memories over, but they do it so seamlessly so neither one of them knows which one of them was the original copy. So that way, there's never an instance where one of them can be like, I'm the original, I should be in charge. So then they're constantly bickering about which one of them should be in charge. That's part of their dynamic and maintaining their balance. So, I wasn't doing the whole mind thing, but more of the scene in Invincible where the Mahler is replacing his twin, puts some of his blood in the cloning machine, and just dumps in packets of frozen hamburger patties. Just dumps in boxes and boxes of frozen hamburger patties for the proteins and the fats and all that stuff in order to build a new Mahler twin. For now, that is what I am going with as how the monsters are created. That there is some there's some modified genetics that are used, and they once built an army but found it's not practical to keep knocking everyone out, so no one knows who is more original than another. That I feel like once you get past 2 people, it gets super complicated. Like, I feel like once you get past 2 of them, it just gets super complicated. But for the idea is that these things have modified genetics, and yeah, which makes sense, and it's cool that's like a very logical like thing. And what for this story, the monsters are made by using advanced modified genetics based on a variety of different animals and modified things to optimize their performance, that are grown in vats using pure protein They have a simplified digestive tract, and they can survive off of a very cheaply produced protein paste. And they're supposed to be, and they have an advanced central nervous system that's hooked up to a remote control system. That is what allows them to be controlled remotely, and it allows the operators to see through their eyes and use them for a variety of things where they just become fleshy drones, essentially. And in the beginning, they have this kind of like liquid crystal stuff in there. I think I'm going to go with the liquid crystal stuff. But they have very electrically conductive nervous systems in order to optimize the speed at which they can react, to make them just better at doing what they're doing. They're very sensitive to electrical impulses in the beginning, which makes them just better, and that's part of why they're still in the prototyping phase. They haven't been sold yet. That becomes a problem whenever they square off with enemies that have access to nearly unlimited electricity, which they then insulate, and it becomes this kind of like escalation. That's the word. Okay. All right. Let's get to it. All right. Get to it, chat. So, we're doing something differently this week. This story. Oh, I didn't fully outline, but I took notes for a second novel that was a retelling of the story of the first novel, but it's going to be from the perspective of the bad guy. So I guess that is technically another novel, Silva. Growing Soldiers is a tricky one. It's part of their ideal that they want to say that their remote control soldiers are more efficient and replaceable, and essentially like fleshy drones. I could do a story about one of the monsters that like... Ooh, what anime you watching, Noel, man? What anime? Germa 66 Army, Doctor Who has the Sontarans for the easiest examples. Yeah. I could do a story about one of the monsters that became self-aware and was like running away. That would be an interesting story. Anyway, we are doing some things differently with this story. So normally, when I do this process with a 27 chapter thing from Caddy. Ooh, Shadowverse got an anime? Nice. Is it anyway related to the story in the single player mode in Shadowverse? Because that was a really cool story. I used to play Shadowverse almost exclusively for the story, because I really liked the story of the single player, but then I fell behind. There was a set rotation. New stuff was introduced. I had to rebuild my deck in order to like do some of the more competitive play, because I was doing that too between missions of the single player stuff. And in order to like gain points for like stronger, I think it was like stronger cards and stuff. But like when the set rotation happened, I just like lost a lot of the novelty of what I was dealing with the story. But does the Shadowverse anime follow the Shadowverse story from the game? That's the online card game, right? Oh, Oh, that's so sad. I hope it's really good, Noel Main. I just feel like there's a lot of untapped potential in that story. Okay. So, yeah, but I took a lot of notes for a possible book 2. But we're doing something different this time. One, we're not going to be rushing as much. This might be a longer stream. Normally when I do the 27 chapter method, I do like 2,000 to 2,500 word chapters, really like relatively short chapters, or they'll be like as low as like 15 or 1,600 words, right? So relatively short chapters. And then I bang them out like a chapter a day, and I do that because I'm normally trying to hit for the 2,000 word chapters. I'm trying to hit 54,000 words, which is like almost bare minimum for a novel or a light novel, because I'm usually racing against the clock, trying to complete an entire novel in a month for National Novel Writer Month. This time, we are going longer. I'm probably not going to be writing every day. There's going to be days of research and revision and other stuff, but I am going to be trying to get words down on a regular basis. And, yes, nano hype. Exactly, Jesus. I'm going to be trying for 3,000 word chapters. So longer chapters. I'll probably go as low as 2,500 words. And I might go as long as 3,500 words. But I'm shooting for 3,000 word chapters to have more in-depth stuff, more story development. That means instead of shooting for a 54,000 word book, manuscript, first draft, whatever, I am shooting for an 81,000 word novel, which is longer than anything I've done before. So this is a longer form story, or this is a longer form novel, that I'm thinking might create an opening for possible other stories in this world. Yeah, that's what we're doing tonight. We're doing the first chapter, and I'm doing this the way I normally do, which is where I write in sequential order, in chronological order. Okay. So, let me put this in the notes on the outline. Okay. So that is what we're shooting for. 81,000 word novel. So because of this, my streams might be longer because I do like to finish an entire chapter in a stream. I don't like ending in the middle of a chapter. I like to crank out a chapter per session that I'm writing. So I'm going to be shooting for trying to crank out either a complete 3,000 words or part of a or like most of a 3,000 word chapter. We might start going longer, where instead of ending at 11:30, since the last one was an endurance stream, I'm not sure if I want to go as long as the last one, because the last one went super long. But I might be ending like 12:30 or stuff. I might be ending later whenever I do writing streams. So that is where we're at for that. Okay. So let's do the introduction. Let me just copy this onto my notepad so I have that in front of me. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. It didn't. Okay, let me just change over this. Okay. Okay, here we go. Now that Shadowverse Worlds Beyond, aka Shadowverse 2, is coming out, we'll get a new story campaign from scratch. Might be a good time to come back when Shadowverse 2 is out. Maybe. Let me save this file. I want to save this now so I know. Save as. I almost want to make each chapter their own documents. Just for editing purposes. Okay. Okay. Hopefully you didn't see that as I was just handling my saving process. Could have just made the open office invisible when I did that instead of just putting the notepad in front of it. Anyway. All right, let's get started. Okay. Oh my gosh, I got hungry. Should have known I was going to get hungry. I haven't eaten since this morning. And like, I messaged a couple of my friends and was like, hey, I don't really have the energy for cooking right now because I didn't. Is there any way you could spot me some money so I could order some delivery? But then they didn't get back to me because like I messaged them super late. So it was like, you know, whatever. And I'm like, I don't begrudge them at all because everybody's got bills to pay. Everything's got stuff to do. And I'm not in a position to be like, I'll pay you back tomorrow, you know? And so I didn't hear back from them. And I didn't really think about it until right now when my stomach started grumbling. I might stop partway through and just have some cold chili. Just so I have something on my stomach, some cold chili and some bread. I made chili the other day. Though my chili is super simple. I just open cans of beans and a bag of frozen mixed vegetables in a pot with some seasonings and a little bit of oil, and I put in an entire container of pasta sauce. Different types of pasta sauce adds different flavor, and then a pasta sauce container of water added to it that I'll then simmer down. It is super simple. It gets the tomato content, it gets a lot of the vegetables and the beans, and it gets a lot of stuff with that. And it can be very filling and it can be really good, but I don't have a microwave to heat it up, so I have to like heat it up with other things, right? Or like put it in a pan or put it in a pot on the stove or just eat it cold. But it's really filling, and I didn't really intend to make chili that day. It was like 2 or 3 days ago, and I didn't really intend to make chili on that day. I originally was just gonna make some beans and pasta, but then I just kept grabbing cans, and I made a Facebook post about it. I was like, I can't believe I accidentally made bean chili. It's more of a bean soup, more of a bean and vegetable stew than chili, because the definitions of chili get really weird. It has a lot of chili powder in it. But it's filling, but I've been eating it for like the last, I made it on Wednesday, so I ate it Wednesday. I ate it all day Thursday, and then I've already eaten it once today, Friday. So eating the same thing for like 3 days in a row just gets to be a bit much, you know what I mean? And so I just asked my friends for a little bit of help, but I'm gonna have to cook something different. I have to dress it up a little different. Anyway, let's get started. It is 9:32. We are way past time to get started. Guess we're going late tonight. Also, when I was talking about that, I wasn't saying that to throw shade at any of my friends or anything. I was just saying that because it just popped in my head. And I kind of just say what pops in my head. And I'm not saying that they owe me anything or that anyone should have done anything. I'm not saying anything negative or derogatory. I was just saying that was the thing that happened. Besides, people are busy. They may not have even seen the message on their phone. Like I said, I messaged them super late. Anyway, I am getting self-conscious. I have been running around in circles. Let's get started. So, how I want this chapter to go. This chapter takes place in a hospice facility. It's like an end-of-life care facility run by a hospice. And Dr. Brave is in hospice and slowly dying. And I want to have, for this part of the story, Dr. Brave giving exposition, just rambling, and introducing the key technologies, the key technological advancements that power this world. So this is kind of the thing you see in sci-fi stories where there's like an appendix or an exposition dump at the beginning of the story to explain different terms and technology. So that way, as the story progresses, you know what's happening, and they don't have to explain it they don't have to waste time explaining it in story, because it's explained in some big exposition dump at the beginning of the story. It's a thing that happens all the time in sci-fi because they have to define what they're doing differently. We are taking that early story sci-fi exposition dump and we're dressing it up as an old man rambling, an old man who is on his last legs. All right, have fun, Jesus. I hope you get a better review. That's kind of some shenanigans that you got a 1-star review that said, "Oh, place was bad, but the attendant was good." But have fun at work. I want you to know, Jesus, that I value you. You're a wonderful person. You're important, and you make this world a better place. In case I don't catch you back later. Okay. Part of me also is like, what tense do I want to tell the story? I normally tell the story in like a past tense because that's just how I'm used to saying, using said, did, and all that stuff. Because that's just how I'm used to doing those stories. And part of me is like, if I'm going to be using past tense to describe things that happened in the past, like that is what I did, that's what she said, that is where she went, then like, there's part of me that wants to take the fact that I'm telling it in past tense and the fact that it is told from a first-person perspective of Jonathan, and bookend it a little bit and be like, this story is a story that Jonathan is telling Timmy in chapter 27, at the end of chapter 27, whenever he's in the kind of epilogue where he's telling this story to Timmy. Whenever like things pick up and become whatever. And there's part of me that wants to like dress it up and say, and then have some references to the fact that like he's kind of telling this story, but I don't know if that cheapens the story. So I don't think I'm gonna go with that, but actually I think I'm gonna try it because we're doing things that I haven't done before. All of my other stories have been told from, well, not all of them, but a lot of them have been told from first person perspective, told as they were happening. And I tried doing something with Halcyon Avenging, with saying that the whole thing was actually a record of a time long gone, but I never finished Halcyon Avenging, even though I tried twice. And that was an absolute nightmare of a thing. But okay. How do I start this? I want to start with him to let him know that this is a story he's telling. Or maybe I don't start it there and I do it kind of an ending thing in the final chapter where he's telling, where you don't find out it's a story being told until the final chapter, where he's telling the story of the novel to Timothy. Hmm. There we go. We could just start mid rant. Consistently as you write, it has to be told later, so you want certain plot points to be in place before the payoff of the finale. I struggled with this one. I struggled once with this. That makes sense, Noel Main. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So we're doing the introduction. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay, I need to find. I don't know if ERM is a good word because like it's metal that reacts with emotions and produces electricity. My partner made a suggestion to make something like piezoelectric, which is describing a device that when you apply physical force to it, it creates uh, it creates uh, it creates electricity, right? And I'm like, I don't know if I would come up with some kind of a fancy thing for that to just say like it. I don't know if I need to go fancy with it. I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. Hmm. I don't know if I like this intro because it doesn't grab the reader at all. It's a bunch of exposition, and it's exactly what I wanted it to be. A bunch of exposition dressed up as a conversation. Um, oh, Gregory only has 1G? Okay. Sure. Um, Let me try a different intro. This actually feels different telling something in present tense. It actually feels very interesting. I think it'll be interesting to do. This is what I'm liking this. It's having this first section in present tense and then the rest of it being told in past tense. Okay. Okay, this isn't a very long intro. I think it kind of hooks the reader into this and sets the stage for the payoff at the end when you get reminded that this whole story was being told as a bedtime story. Okay. I like this intro a little bit better, and I don't think it's very long. I don't think I lost very much space with that intro. It's just under 200 words. That's fine. Mm. One second. Okay. Looks like I might be getting food. Yay. Okay. Uh, doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. What would they call it? Normally, I guess facility is the right word. What do they call those? Now I gotta figure out what they're called. It's a shelter. What is... Be a nurse? Would it be a nursing home? A care facility, that's what it'd be called. Okay, hold on. Well, nursing homes or care facilities. Many people in care facilities such as nursing homes at end of life. To a care facility. Okay, so it would be a nursing home, while others are... for a while, you may choose to stay and receive... you... Okay, so it would be essentially a nursing home. Okay, a special type of nursing home or care facility. Okay. So we'll say it starts in a care facility. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Actually, no. I'm gonna say his name has two G's, and I'm gonna make the thing deal with the fact that his name is spelled differently. Yeah, I'm gonna make the thing deal with the fact that his name is spelled differently. Then we bring this here. Ah. Continued. Okay. Let me put this in my notes. Something. Hold on. Timothy. Okay. I'm making a note. Mm-hmm. Uh, okay. Mm. Mm. 1 second. Alrighty. Okay, sorry, I had to check something. An Angel Armor, I'm telling you, the applications of that tech will be unbelievable. Um, I want to set the stage here. How do you spell? As much as I have locks, you think I know how to spell it? Oh, it's an apostrophe. Okay. So now we've introduced the steel muscles, we've introduced the brave drive. Um Uh. Give me 1 second. Let me look something up. I had a thought. Oh, it is an Italian name. I think I need to get a different name. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a different name for this character. It is actually a name that someone has, and it's an Italian name, so that's gonna be confusing. Okay. Because I don't want to confuse my readers. Uh-oh, what have we got here? Da 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 da. I'm looking at names. I need a good last name. Might do Kelly. Means warrior and bright-headed. Could do Martin. Like, apparently that means the god of war. Oh. I think this place is coming up with really silly names. Okay, so from Latin, it means a shield. Okay, yeah. So we'll go with Jonathan Scott. Um, mm-hmm. One second. Uh, yeah, we'll go with. Yep, I'm gonna change that in my notes. Let me just make sure I put that in my notes and then change it here. Okay. 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 Big grin on his face. So this is where we get to the actual like backstory part of it. All right, we're getting to we're picking up. Baba. Ugh. We're going to say that they met. That main character has been in. Main character has been in Dr. Brave's life for like 5 years, just because that's more believable and a little bit less anime. Doo-doo-doo-doo. No, oops. Accidentally shook the table my computer was on. So this is where he's talking about the backstory of his interactions with Jonathan. I'm keeping it very short because I don't want this chapter to drag on too long, but it can be long. Might need to embellish things. Okay. Okay. All right. Alrighty. Hmm. All right. Ah. Mm. 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 One other thing is, um, while I don't curse if I don't have to, I am going to have censored curses in this story. That's one other thing I'm doing that's kind of just developing things a little bit further. Um, um, so we're gonna have this funny moment where Dr. Brave's gonna be like, I also started watching anime. And Lisa's like, no, hold up. No, no, no. What? Okay. Hey, Noel Main. I am. How far am I in? I am 1,700 words in. So this is where things get interesting, right? Normally, well, not normally, in my previous attempts, I would only make my chapters 2,000 words, like usually between 1,500 and 2,500 words. And that is where, so normally with the other things, I would be winding down the chapter right about now, right? But with this project, I'm shooting for 3,000 word chapters, going for between 2,500 words and 3,500 words. So like, there's still a lot more space where I can like embellish and, I don't have to end things super abruptly. So we're at 1,700 words, about 1,700 words. So there's still plenty of space to go. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let me see one thing real quick. Well, having a word count goal helps me with pacing myself. Let me see. One quick second. Okay. Yeah, one of my friends actually just got back to me and sent me some money so I can order some food. So I'm going to try ordering Burger King again. This could be good, this could be bad. Last time I ordered Burger King from this place, it had last time I ordered Burger King from this place, I found a cockroach on one of my napkins, and I contacted them about it, and they said they were going to start a whole investigation and all that jazz, right? They're going to do all that stuff, make sure it doesn't happen again, and all that. So it's like, yeah, I want to believe that they're going to do better because the food was fine. It was on the bug was on the napkin. But yes, you're right, Nabaru. Embellishing is a good way to pad out stories. Let me just 108 Diner Place. I had a burger last time. I could just as easily could order some Chinese food. That could be nice. I haven't had Chinese food in a while. Actually, I haven't had Chinese food since I moved. Yeah. Let me see what Chinese food places. We're just kind of chilling right now. But we're doing pretty good. How's your night going, Noel Main? Oh no, they're about to close. Never mind, the Chinese spot I was going to order from was about to close. I don't want to be that guy sending in an order right at the last second as they're about to close. What's nearby? Oh my gosh, it's such a high delivery fee. Why does all the late night stuff have such high delivery fees? Goodness gracious. See if this place has tofu. I realize we're not like doing the writing right now. We're kind of just stalling out, but let's see what we got here. There we go. Veggies. Let's see what we got here. Could get a General Tso's tofu. That's always nice. Ooh, orange tofu. Alright, gonna do... I don't need sauce on the side. Hope this means... That's going to make all these, Oh, I have to pay extra if I want it fried? What? Oh my gosh. I don't want steamed tofu. What's that bring my total to? Nope. We're doing Burger King. Going well. Just watched the anime I told you about. Solid episode. Since it's the first episode of the season, it's picking up where season 1 left off, so it's more set up. That's cool. Let me see if there's any cool offers. I can get 15% off. And we're going to get an Impossible Whopper. Just the sandwich. Yes, it's still tofu. I eat fried tofu all the time. So no ketchup, no mayo. Okay. And then we're going to get a side of fries. All right, I'll just drink water because drinks are expensive. Ooh. Offers. Oh, it has to be 20 or more. Okay. Be sure to eat them same day. Don't pull a crony. No, I could never pull a crony. Keep all the sandwiches till they go bad and then put them in the blender. Oh my gosh. Next week is when the action really starts. May the card battles begin. That sounds epic. That sounds epic. I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that it's everything you're looking for. Okay. Use balance first. Okay. Cool. Come on. I probably didn't need the French fries, but I wanted French fries. Okay. I wanted French fries. How does a sandwich smooth? I don't know. Liquid bread. Well, isn't liquid bread essentially just beer? Isn't that just unfermented beer at that point? Like, seriously? Okay, and cool. So, let's keep going. At some point, depending on if I end stream or when I end stream, I may get a phone call that my food is here, and then we will keep up on the grind. Okay. All right, intermission's over. Let's get back to it. I want to write at least, I'd say at least another like 800 words so I can embellish things. Okay. Okay. Uh, Get excited when the episodes drop. One thing is the opening. They tease us with images of new cards, and by the look of this opening, we're eating good. That's great. That's awesome. I'm happy for you. All right. Second. I'm back. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Why? Oh my gosh. Burger King is playing with my emotions again, doing the whole thing where they're like, your dasher will drop off your order instead of handing it to you. Like, what? No, there's nowhere to drop off my order because there's only one door that leads to the entire building, and I don't want you leaving my order outside the building. Just call me when you get here. Hold on. I'm just gonna text, see if text works. Oh my gosh. Okay. Why is DoorDash gotta play with my emotions like this? Maybe the thing is, like, because of how my building is situated, there's like one door to get in, and then all of us have our own individual doors inside. There's nowhere for this person, like if they drop it off, anyone going outside would be able to go grab my food. So I'm like, I don't want someone to go out there and steal my food. I'm going to have to like, so I want them to call me and then I'll come get it. I gotta keep track of them. I don't know why it orders from a Burger King that's all the way over there. Alright. Sure, that's cool. If you want to share the season trailer, I'd love to see it, Noel, man. Bah. Cost twice as much to deliver, and they don't even want to hand you the food. Yes, greed at its finest. Exactly, Nabiru. You shared it in the anime discussion channel? Cool. I'll check it out after stream. How many words are we up to? Okay. I have no idea where this delivery driver is going as I'm looking at the map. Like, they just had to go straight down the highway and then or it's not a highway, it's a road, and then just get off, and then it's like there's a road that goes straight from the Burger King to the road right in front of my house or apartment or whatever, and they're just going some weird back way. I hope they don't try coming in the back gate, because that's closed. Okay. Hold on, I'll be right back. I think my food's almost here. I'm gonna head downstairs. And wait for my food. I'll be right back, chat. Hello, everybody. So it worked out really well. I went downstairs and I got there just as the guy was walking up to the door. He was pulling out his phone. I don't know if he was gonna call me or text me or if he was gonna just drop it at the door and leave a picture. So we're just gonna hang out for a little while. I eat this, then I'll go back and see if I want to do more writing. If it sounds like the mic is far away from my mouth, it's because it is. They gave me a bunch of fries. Probably not, Vero. Probably. I was also able to check my mail. It's my first time exiting my room, exiting my house, apartment, all day. At least the patties are cooked all the way through. The last thing I got was from a different Burger King. Well, like the patties weren't cooked all the way through. Which is like, it's not real meat. It's not like a danger. It just tasted kind of, it was just really mushy. So, Noelmain, what would you say was your favorite thing that happened in the episode you watched? Because you said it was the premiere of the second season, right? Even though the big action happens next week when they actually move the story forward, do you feel like there was any like really standout moments in tonight's episode, Noelmain? So far tonight, we've written a pretty good intro chapter. I like the way it's set up with the book ending. All right. Okay. Let me just go wash my hands. And I will be ready to go. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Mike should be back in place. Let's get back down to it and finish out tonight strong. All right. See, I know I locked the door to my apartment, but like now my anxiety's like, are you sure you locked the door? Give me 1 second. Awesome. I just got a message from Silva about like Gundam princesses, and it's funny because Gundam really does do the whole like Princess of Revolution kind of thing. Oh, thank you for the follow, Superstar Sean Ronald. Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot to the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Sean R. Arnold. Is it okay if I just call you Sean? Or Superstar Sean? All names are acceptable? Okay, Superstar Sean. It's going pretty well. So I'm working on chapter 1 of my latest novel project, Archangel Armor. I don't know if I'm going to put the in the front. It's still a working title. It's sci-fantasy. Well, it's kind of sci-fi because it takes place in more of a modern day setting. I say sci-fantasy because it deals with some like kind of like techno-magic-y kind of stuff. It deals with characters operating this like strength enhancing power armor that's powered by this metal that generates electricity in the presence of powerful emotions. And they have these this special metal that's used for the muscles that like contracts and like pulls whenever it gets exposed to electricity. So then they have, the more electricity they have, the more force they can generate. And then it's the stuff as this character gets drawn into this growing conflict, fighting with this power armor, and all of that jazz. I love the emotes. Very cool. Very cool, Superstar Sean. We're just kind of not quite winding down. I stopped for a little bit in the middle to eat something, and now I'm trying to like finish out this chapter. So my goal for each chapter is to get around 3,000 words. I'm using the Catty Cat, I think is the name of the YouTuber, 27 chapter method for outlining a novel. So I've outlined 27 chapters. I'm shooting for 3K words for each chapter. So that's what we're working on so far. So far tonight, I have written 2,200 words. So I'm winding down to the end of the chapter. Like, there's going to be some variance. I want to go as low as 2,500 words and as high as 3,500 words for each chapter. Like, it's a novel. So I'm shooting for around, for the entire thing, I want it to be 81,000 words. I don't know how many pages that is because I've never printed a novel before. So I don't know all the spacing. That's cool. So normally whenever I write using the 27 chapter method, I'm normally doing 2,000 words as my goal, going as low as 1,500 and as high as like 2,500 about. And because I'm normally with this method, I'm normally shooting for a 54,000 word novel, and that's what I do during National Novel Writer Month. Whenever I try to complete my thing in National Novel Writer Month. But because this isn't National Novel Writer Month and I'm not sprinting to the finish line, I'm not trying to complete 50,000 words in 30 days, I'm taking more time with it and trying to have a little bit more developed with it, which is giving me more space to embellish, go into more detail, and just get more in the nitty gritty, and kind of, I don't have to end things as abruptly as I tend to end things before. I can kind of let things taper to a more natural ending, which is what I'm hoping for. I've done the last 2 years? Yeah. I've done the last 2 years. Yeah. I've done the last 2 years NaNoWriMo. And I've last year, I did a Zoids fanfiction novel, which I still need to edit and post on AO3. And the year before that, I did a novel based on the lore of my VTuber. If you notice, instead of a face cam, I have an animated character on the bottom right. I created a character that I kind of portray as I'm streaming with its own lore, with his own lore and backstory. And a lot of it's based on embellishments and things and ideas that come from some of my own personal life experiences. But I turned all of that into a novel from my first NaNoWriMo. I don't know, it feels like it's been 3, but it really has, now that I think about it, it really has only been 2. My first one, I started I started late, but I finished late. And my second one, I finished right on time. Oh, what's that? You redeemed a hydrate. Okay. Get a hydrate. A posture check. Yep. Posture check. Very nice. Oh, you came to watch me on YouTube as well. Welcome, superstar. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I guess as you noticed, I am streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Okay. That is very true, superstar. Oh, you do that too? Awesome. What type of streams do you do, Sean? Art, writing, occasionally gaming? Awesome. So do you draw anything specific? Like, is there anything, like, do you do portraits? Do you do... what's that? Just a hobbyist? Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Is that... what's that? Cool. You were actually a professional writer. Awesome. That's really cool. How did you find me? Goodness. Were you writing for like a magazine or a newspaper, or were you like doing like writing, like releasing short stories, publishing work? Writing audio dramas. Ooh, that's nice. Though it does sound pretty stressful with the production side for an app. Oh, wow. Sure. What, Super Show? Did you send the link? I don't know if my, well, it let you, I don't know if Stream Elements will let you send the link, but it let you send the link to your Twitch. Hold on, let me see something. Okay. Cursed Orphan. Oh, that sounds interesting. I don't remember seeing their ads. No, not off the top of my head. Oh, okay, that sounds cool. Oh my gosh. 50,000 words every month? Oh, goodness. I would like, so one of the things I like about NaNoWriMo is that because it's only for 1 month, oh, 60,000. Ooh. One of the things I like about NaNoWriMo is that because it's only 1 month, it's like a sprint. I'm putting in more time writing. I'm doing more stuff than I normally could. I'm doing more than than is sustainable. It's not something I can do over a long term, but for that 1 month, I feel like I'm doing something magical, you know? I don't think I don't think I could handle that, Superstar Sean. I can only do things if I'm really motivated to do them. I have really bad depression and anxiety, and I don't work well under pressure. One of the things about me is my stuff is bad enough that it is what I would consider a disability. Between that and my ADHD and all that, so I can't really hold a regular job. So I am actually in the process of applying for SSI. I don't know if you live in the US, but it's essentially disability. I have a hearing for that coming up soon. Oh, you live in the US? Cool. Thank you, Superstar Sean. It was an experience being a professional writer. At times it could be fun, but other times it was bad. Yeah. My partner does sell, like, it's not like a professional writing job, but like my partner sells stories. My partner's a part of a writing community where they like all help each other with like editing and releasing bundles of short stories on, I think it's itch.io is where she helps with releasing stuff there. And like they all, like the people who contribute get a share, and she also releases some of her stories individually on itch.io, and it's really cool because like she's doing all like the actual like professional writer stuff, and I'm just over here like I just write on stream. I just dabble. I write more than just when I write on stream, but like that's just how my process is. My process is weird. Times it could be fun, but other times it was bad. I actually liked all my bosses. They were super nice, but just the environment was so intense. Oh my gosh, that sounds so intense though. 60,000 words a month? Ooh. And it's not even a 60,000 word rough draft. That's like 60,000 words edited, and like I'm imagining that has to be like performance ready 60,000 words in 1 month. Oh my goodness. Am I misspelling? Am I misspelling kneeled? Oh, it's knelt. Kneeled and knelt are two spellings of the same verb. Oh, they remove all the best stuff? That sounds frustrating. I'm just adding kneel to the... Yeah, I'm just going to add kneeled. 3E word. I mean, it's not like I'm super attached to it. It was mercenary work, so they can do whatever they want, but still. It's one of those weird words, Nabiru. It is one of those weird words. Yeah, I'm adding kneel to the dictionary. All right. Hope everything goes good for you, Superstar Sean. Okay. Oh, well, that was something. Oh, you cheered with 5 bits. Thank you so much. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Superstar Sean Arnold. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, gotta stretch. Hello, Iris loves South Park. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's good to see you. How is your night going? How was your week? I'm doing some writing. I'm finishing up this first chapter. I'm finishing up this first chapter in my next novel project. Hey, it's no problem. It's good to see you. Have you been here before? I feel like I've seen you before. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always try to enjoy the memes. Okay, I must have been thinking of somebody else. Sorry. But it's good to see you. Welcome. I'm right now streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. So anywhere you're comfortable watching me, feel free to watch me. I stream on Mondays and Fridays. I start at 8:30 p.m. EST. Normally, I would have ended by now. I would end at 11:30 EST, but I'm starting to work on doing a little bit later streams, which seem to have been working out pretty well, just as I'm trying to do more writing and do more stuff. Now, since it says since you said you probably won't be able to stay for long, I will say this. One thing about me is at the end of streams, I like to speak positive affirmations about my chat and tell them how much they mean to me and and all of the things that I hope and believe for them, to speak goodness and hope into their lives. So since you said you won't be able to stay for super long, I will say to you that I believe in you. I think that you're a wonderful person. I believe that you make this world a better place. And I think that you have a unique potential to do things that only you can do. I believe you are valid, worthy of love, and deserving of good things. I believe your hopes, fears, concerns, and dreams are worthy of notice and valid. You are important and you matter. Anyway. So just want to say that to you, Iris Love South Park. No problem. I like I said, I think it's very important for us. I realize not everybody is like good at words of affirmation. I'm not even sure if I'm good at words of affirmation, but like, I think it's important to try to speak that love into each other's lives. And I think it's important. Oh, I'm sorry you're going through a rough patch. I hope things work out for you. I really hope that things get better for you. I want you to know that I say this to everybody, so don't feel like it's weird, but I want you to know that I love all of you. I love all of you who are here in my chat and a part of this community. I value each and every one of you, and I think that you are amazing. Okay. So, this story that I'm working on right now is a kind of sci-fi story that it deals with characters using strength enhancing power armor. So it's gonna have some action elements, but it starts really slow with setting up the world, setting up the characters, and the entire story is framed as a bedtime story that's being told to a little boy of the way the main character met the boy's mother and how and all of that stuff. And this is a different kind of story for me in a lot of ways. I use the 27 chapter method for outlining this novel, and normally whenever thank you. Normally whenever I use the 27 chapter method, I usually shoot for about 2,000 word chapters. This one I am shooting for around 3,000 word chapters. And this is my first one where I'm writing where intentionally from the beginning there is a romance planned out to be a part of the novel. It's not an afterthought. It's not a thing that's hinted at. It's a thing that's going to be a core part of the story. There's going to be a romance. And yeah, it's different for me. Also, I normally write stories about giant robots. I love mechs. I love mecha as an anime. Anything involved with like extreme mechanical things that are very relevant to the plot, like power armor, suit giant robots, androids. Hello, Vincent. Welcome in, Vincent. Any of that stuff, I just really love it. But normally I write about characters piloting giant robots. So this one is going to be me writing about characters operating power armor, which is going to be a little bit different. How are you doing, Vincent? It's weird. Restream isn't showing me your... whatchamacallit? Restream isn't showing me your profile picture. That's weird. It's showing me a empty black circle. That's bizarre. Okay. Oh, it's just black? Okay. We're at about 2,500 words for this chapter, which is about the minimum I was shooting for length of a chapter. So I think I'm going to wind down this last little bit of this chapter here. So what's happened in this chapter is we have the intro where main character is talking to the kid, and the kid's mom is there in the room, and the kid's like wants to hear the story, and then starts with the story, and the story starts with the kid, starts with the guy, Jonathan Scott, sitting in a hospital room with his friend, this elderly doctor who's dying. He's not a medical doctor, but he's Dr. Gregory Brave. He's this renowned I don't know, physicist. I don't know what to make him, but he's essentially a researcher, a scientist. And then I use this whole thing where Dr. Brave is kind of ranting. He's in a room with his friends, and they're all drinking a beer, and they're reminiscing about old times. And so I use that as a framework to introduce some of the technology and the key terms that are going to be relevant in the rest of the story. Oh, you're lagging. Oh no, might be my internet. My internet's kind of silly sometimes. I got literally the cheapest internet I could afford. Because I just got a place after being homeless for about 4 years. I used him conversing. I used Dr. Brave conversing with his friends as a vehicle to get the exposition dump about the different technology kind of worked through. Excuse me. And then after that got worked through, we get into introducing Lisa Brave, Gregory Brave's daughter, and find out that she's been estranged, and there's this stuff, and then has... Oh, Server 401. Philip Pullman vibes. That's interesting. I haven't heard of that person. I was mostly inspired by, what was it? The Princess Bride. I think, is the one where it's told as it's the movie is told as a story to the kid. That's more of where I was getting an idea from. But then, so it's telling the stuff and introducing. Yeah, I like the concept too. I don't want to. I at first I debated having like the kid interjecting at certain points, like, "Oh, that's me," or "Oh, that's me." Oh, ads. Okay, I'll wait till the ads finish it up. You're back? Okay. Well, my thing says ads should be ending right about now. So, we introduced Lisa, and I was debating having the kid like interjecting, like, "Wait, that's me. Wait, that's me." And having that happen over the course of the story, but I decided against it. I decided it would be a thing where like we have this in the beginning, right? This part here in the beginning that introduces and where the story is told in present tense, is sitting, says, ask instead of asked, leaning back instead of leaned back. Because I normally have told, I've gotten used to telling stories in past tense, but I was thinking about tense today when I saw someone post about it on Twitter, and I was like, you know what? What if I told parts of the story, the part that is taking place in the present, in present tense, but then the story itself is told in past tense? Even though doing a children's, saying that it's a story being told to a kid at bedtime when it's a novel is kind of funny. Because it's like, you're not getting through a whole novel in a kid's bedtime before a kid falls asleep. But I'm thinking I'm going to do the thing where like I introduce it in the beginning, right? And then I don't do anything with this until the very end, whenever it loops back around to the end of the guy sitting in the room with the kid as the kid's falling asleep in the story, and just ending there in the present tense. So it'll be kind of a callback. It'll be a thing that like we didn't like. It'd be like, oh wait, yeah, this is. So it'll be like, oh yeah, this is being told as that. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it, Iris. Okay. Hey, it's all right. I'm getting ready to wind down myself in another idea. In another in a little bit myself. So I hope you have a wonderful night. Have a great night, Iris. It has been great having you. Good night. It's like a really cool fan theory come to life. I bet this whole movie was somebody's dream kind of thing. Yeah, kind of like that. Bye, Iris. Well, thank you, Vincent. It is just getting started. And if you're wondering who I'm talking to, Vincent, since you probably didn't see any of the other comments, if you look on the screen, you could see on the other side of the screen, there is another comment section. I'm live on both YouTube and Twitch. So the people I was just talking to were on we're on Twitch. I'm not saying you have to watch me any specific place. Watch me wherever you are comfortable and happy watching me. I am glad to have you, and it is great to have you here. No, that's not an exclamation point. The two got the swapping stars, mother. Twitch chat, Vincent from YouTube says hello. It says hello, other chat. Vincent, the other, server 401, one of the viewers on Twitch says hello, Vincent. Says hi, Vincent. Oh. All right. Love the vibes. I'm glad. So these are writing streams that I really like doing. And one of the things about my writing streams is I want them to be creative streams. I use Stream Beats for my music. I use the Stream Beats Lo-Fi playlist for my music. And one of the things is that, like, I want the stream to be a place for not just me to be creative and share with you what I'm working on. I want people to be able to bring their own stuff. Grab whatever you're working on, and while I'm working on stuff myself, work on your stuff and tell me about what you're working on in the chat. So it can be like a whole creative vibes kind of thing, a kind of study session where I'm working on this, you're working on your stuff, a whole parallel play thing. And then we're all creating and working on homework and studying and doing stuff together. I want to really have a thing where we're all encouraging each other to achieve our goals. Vincent says, in your opinion, if you sleep at 10 p.m. and wake up at 7 a.m., is that enough sleep? Well, like, mathematically, that's what, 9 hours of sleep? Yeah. So, like, as long as you fall asleep right at 10 and you wake up right at 7, I feel like that should be enough sleep, but that's, again, assuming a lot of things. That's assuming, one, you fall right asleep exactly at 10, you wake up right at 7. That's also assuming that you sleep all the way through the night. Like, sometimes people wake up in the middle of the night, like I know I do, and just, like, can't fall back asleep. If you have a weird dream, if you ate something, if you're stressed, if you're worried about things, it's not uncommon for people to just wake up in the middle of the night and be up for like 2-3 hours before going back to bed. And then if you do that, then all of a sudden it goes from being asleep for 9 hours. If you wake up and you're awake for like 2-3 hours, that brings it down to like 6 to 7 hours that you're getting of sleep. And that's functional, but like not like perfect. And that's just part of the challenges of the human body, is we're all wired so differently. We have different needs, and like trying to generalize things can be challenging, but I think ideally, yes, sleeping at 10 p.m., waking up at 7 a.m. should theoretically be enough as long as there's no extenuating circumstances. But that's a big if, you know, because there are so many extenuating circumstances that can be applied there. Also, for those of you who don't know, I do writing streams, I do gaming streams, I do TTRPG streams, I do all kinds of stuff. I'm a variety VTuber. I love the mecha genre. I love androids. I love giant robots. I love power armor. I love everything about the mecha genre. And I hope that you enjoy my content. I recently moved, so I'm still trying to get adjusted to things. Yeah. If you're watching on YouTube, I do ask that you like the stream. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to other people. Getting likes while the stream is still going gets more recommendations, puts me in more feeds, and gives us more chance for new people to come in and join the community. I'm always looking for new people to help make the community a better place. So, that is that. Oh, what? Somebody did something. Server 401, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming. I think that you are a wonderful person. You are valid. You are valuable. You are worthy of love, and you are deserving of good things. You'll do it right now? All right. Thank you, Vincent. If you like the stream, it helps people with finding more stuff. I keep saying I'm almost done, but then I get talking. Well, I'm glad it can be what you needed, Server 401. I hope that stuff smooths out for you. So this is the thing where, like, so it's kind of anime, but I did a thing where, so Dr. Brave was like this, before he was this angry, crotchety old man who had a lot of difficulty with his family, but then he met the main character. The main character was able to talk to him and get him talking and help him work through his problems and convince him to get a therapist and get him to, like, start being more outgoing and interact with the people and make friends and help make so much of the end of Dr. Brave's life so much better. Dr. Brave's daughter, Lisa, is very suspicious of all of this because she went no contact about 10 years before this happened because her father had chosen to go on a work research trip instead of showing up to her mother's funeral. So she's just taken aback by all of this, finding out her father has made friends, has become happy and outgoing and friendly. And then the last straw for her was finding out that her father apparently watches anime now. And I think that's really funny that, like, that's one of, like, her sticking points is, like, she cannot fathom the concept of her father watching anime. And so she thinks, at this point in the story, she thinks the main character, Jonathan, has done something to her father. She's like, I don't know what you did. I don't know if you did. If you did some kind of, like, microdosing drugging him or hypnosis, but, like, that's what she's getting to right now, that she just makes sure that she's stating that she does not trust Jonathan. Thank you, Server 401. He had, so this is kind of touched on, I don't touch on it too much because at the end of this chapter, like in the beginning of next chapter, he dies. So he's only in the story for one chapter. So I didn't want to go too much into it, but because he's how these characters are connected, I wanted to go into some of it where, like, he was angry. He had a lot of, like, his own childhood trauma, his own frustrations, his own anxieties and paranoias, Dr. Brave did, that, like, oh, you subscribed? Well, thank you for subscribing. I don't know why I didn't get a notification. My YouTube notifications seem to be really slacking. I gotta fix that. But welcome to the Star Hunters, Vincent. Where we shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Vincent, I want you to know that I think that you are a valuable, worthwhile, and important person. You make this world a better place. And like I say to everyone here, to all of you, I love all of you, and I believe in each and every one of you. For those of you who don't know, I like to, at the end of my stream, or if someone says they're leaving early, to say to them before that, to speak words of affirmation and positivity into other people's lives. I believe it is something that I am kind of good at, and I think that it's something that we all need to try to do more for each other, to speak, because there's so much negativity, there's so much tearing people down, there's so much judgment and critical stuff. I think it's important for us to speak positivity and goodness and hope and love and joy into each other's lives. Even if it feels a little bit weird, I think it's important to reach out and say those things to each other. So, it's kind of that whole thing, like say you love the homies and all that stuff. So, thank you, and I hope nobody feels left out. I'm just saying that because Vincent just subscribed. And Server 401, I also value you. I think that you're a valid and worthwhile and important person. And I believe that you are worthy of good things and deserving of happiness and love. I hope they're happy tears, Server 401. Okay. I don't know how you did it, if you microdosing his food with some kind of drug, or if you're using hypnosis or what, but I know you did something to him and I don't trust you. It's about time you should start going to bed. Bye-bye, everyone. Sleep well. Make sure bed bugs don't bite. Oh, I hope bed bugs don't bite. I lived with those for years. I'm so glad to not deal with them where I live now. I have amazing dreams. Bye-bye. Vincent, have a good night. And I want you to know that I value you. You are important. You are valuable. You are loved. Have yourself a wonderful night, Vincent. I hope to see you for any future streams. Today's Friday going into Saturday. My next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. I might be doing another writing stream. I might do a gaming stream. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We're just taking things one day at a time. But I hope to see you some point around. But it's great to see you, Vincent. Have a good night. Server 401, thank you for the subscription. It means a whole lot to me when people subscribe. It is very special and precious to me, and I value you. Thank you for coming, and thank you for doing that. And each and every person who helps me out in any way, shape, or form, I value all of you, and I'm grateful to each of you. Thank you for subscribing. All right. I can't wait to see you come back either. Okay. I think we're about at where I want to end this chapter. We're at 2,800 words for tonight, which I think is pretty good. It's not the full 3K, but it is. Those extra few words that I put in there really help with embellishing the characters and introducing everybody. Where am I going to end this? Okay. So now we've introduced that the daughter, who, like, if it's not obvious, later on in the story, will become the primary love interest of the main character, right? Of the romance of the story. But at the point when you first meet her, she's dating this hotshot lawyer who's like uptight and just this big city hotshot lawyer, kind of like that stereotypical Hallmark movie setup. Um, and there something happens in the second chapter that that definitely like changes how they interact with each other. And I want it to be a thing where like you see here at the end of chapter 1, right? They're the relationship is in this certain situation, right? But then at the end of chapter 2, the relationship is very different because of like all the stuff that happens in chapter 2, the monster attack, the all of the stuff that happens in chapter 2 when the story just starts accelerating. Okay. I think that's where we're going to end the chapter. 2 days later, Dr. Gregory Brave died. Oh, what? Oh my gosh. Chat. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Oh no, that's not what I want. So, you know how I said I was aiming? Let me check the numbers. If I remove that, what's it say? Yup. So, for whatever reason, OpenOffice counts the single like number by itself as a word. So, if I take away the number that is the first chapter, right? Let me see if I can't. Okay, word count. Where is snipping tool? Okay, there we go. And image. Pictures. Chat. I hit 3K words exactly. I thought I was going to hit like 2,900, 2,800, or 20. I just kind of was like, okay, now I need to wind down. I finally did my outro of the chapter, and I hit 3K words exactly on the first chapter. Nice. Nice. Beautiful. Epic finish. Me. Okay, let's wind down for the night. Alrighty. Chat. It has been quite the night. It has been quite the night. I am grateful to all of you who came to tonight's stream. It has been okay. So, let's wind down for the night. Let us wind down for the night. I want to say thank you to all of you who came tonight, who made tonight so special. We had a great time. I'm glad to see people like the writing streams. It's really funny because, like, for a long time, it was really frustrating because, like, my gaming streams were being more popular. And then whenever I did a writing stream, I would only have like 5, maybe 6 viewers over the course of the stream. And then like all my reach for my whatever next stream I did would like be terrible. And it would just kill any momentum that I was building. But then at some point, it just changed. And I don't know that I really started doing anything different. Like I know on the Twitch side, some people started following me and watching me because I found some other writing streamers. But like the YouTube side has just exploded. I've had so many people, and it's just been really interesting seeing people come through. And I don't know what changed, but yeah, my writing streams have become more popular, so I want to keep doing them. I'm still going to do gaming streams and other stuff. I still have to finish The Legend of Dragoon. I haven't finished The Legend of Dragoon after playing through the same save file for like freaking 6 years. I was in a chat of this streamer that I really like, Not-NaNoWriMo, and I mentioned that like I've been playing through the same save file and I haven't finished it. And they asked like, why, what do you think's been stopping you from finishing? And that's a really good question. And the thing is, because I'm doing it for content, I'm only playing it whenever I'm streaming or whenever I'm recording, and life just got in the way and I took some time away from gaming and from streaming for a while. And it's just been a whole thing. Anyway, let's wind down for the night. Let's say our good nights. So, this is the part that I mentioned before where I like to speak positivity into the lives of all my viewers. So, to Jesus Mendoza, to Noel Main 700, To Nabiru, to Silva, who's probably already gone to bed. Who else? We had a bunch of people come through tonight. Superstar Sean. And Superstar Sean again. And Iris loves South Park, who I think already left. Vincent, server 401. And to anyone who watched the stream and didn't say anything in chat, and to anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, I say to all of you, I love you. And I believe in each and every one of you. I believe that you all are truly special, one of a kind, and unique. I think that you all possess a unique potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own special way. Thank you for coming to this stream. Thank you for being a part of this community. Thank you for making not only the world better, but also my life better. I believe that each one of you is valid, worthy of love, and deserving of good things. I believe that each one of you, that all of your hopes, your dreams, your fears, and your concerns are valid and worthy of notice. You matter. You are important. Thank you for coming to my stream. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. One thing I ask is, if you're watching on YouTube, to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to other people. If you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or relatives that you think, or anyone, friends to lovers, lovers to enemies, star-crossed lovers, best friend, parasocial relationships, anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content or invite them to the next stream. Now, I'm not saying like go bug other streamers. Don't do that. That's not what I'm saying. When I'm like, if you have friends or whatever you think might enjoy my content, then show them, please. I'm always looking to have new people join the community, and it's always great to have more people. And have input from so many people. It's just helps with my creative process. And if if you want to keep up with what I'm doing on YouTube, you can subscribe and ding the notification bell. You can follow me on Twitch for seeing what I'm doing on Twitch. You can join my Discord. There's a link to that in the description and also in the About panel. I think it's the About panel. You can follow me on all of the social medias, whether it be Blue Sky Social, Twitter/X, Facebook. There are links where you can find those in the description on YouTube and in the About page on YouTube. On Twitch. One last thing. You do not have to donate to be here. You do not have to give money to be welcome here. I want to clarify that as a thing I try to clarify every stream. Donations are not in any way mandatory. I appreciate and love all of you, but with that said, I do very much appreciate all the people who do help make things possible in my life that would not be possible otherwise. I'm grateful to the people who subscribe and cheer bits, to the people who give, who donate directly. If you want to, if you ever feel motivated to donate to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, and it is financially safe and responsible for you to do so, there are a number of ways you can do that. On YouTube, in the description, there's links to both my PayPal and my Ko-fi that you can use. I would prefer if you use the PayPal for direct donations and Ko-fi if you want to set up for recurring donations. I don't have rewards right now on the Ko-fi. It's more of just like you want to say that you want to help me out. And it's not much, but it helps. And if you're on Twitch, the donate button will take you to my Ko-fi. I might set up a donate button for PayPal. I don't know. We'll see where that goes. But so if you ever feel motivated to do so, I appreciate it, as long as it's safe and responsible for you to do so. With that said, have yourself a wonderful night. Next stream is going to be what's today? Today's Friday. Well, now it's Saturday. Next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I might be doing more writing. Depends on if I'm still in the writing mood. And I will. I might be doing gaming. I haven't done Legend of Dragoon in a while. I've just recently moved, so I might have to break in the gaming chops on the new place. But have a good night, everybody. Let me see. I'm going to set up a raid in a second. To do the thumbs up. Let me see if I have people to raid with on Twitch. Let me just boop this open. I got somebody to raid with. Let's see who we're going to raid. Excuse me. Who we got? Who we got? Who we got? Could do Bonicula. I haven't done Bonicula in a while. I like to raid smaller streamers. Roomba's live. We could raid Roomba. Yeah. Let me see. How long has Roomba been going? Roomba's been going for about 4 hours. So I don't know what Roomba's about to do, but we're gonna raid Roomba. Let me do the raid message. Let me do the raid. I don't have a raid message, but be nice. Also, Roomba is a they them, and is more of an adult channel. There will be cursing and adult language. So be aware of that. Okay.